What up, kitty? What up, buddy? I'm just getting set up, buddy. But give me just a little bit here. I'll be set up. I go grab my tree here and put the snake on it for a little bit. Let her climb around. Alright, let me get the tree in place. I should probably get that. Take me just a minute here, guys. I don't look for the stream to go that well tonight anyway, but we're gonna try for a little bit. All right, let me get the snake in it and then I'll adjust the camera to it here. Come here, girl. Come here, big girl. Come here, big girl. Here. Here, come on. You got it? Can you get a hold? Huh? Are you okay? Don't fall. Don't fall. Alright, guys. Let me grab the tripod and get this set up right. I think I can use... Yeah, let me get you looking at something while I grab the tripod here quick for the other snake. There we go. There's the king cobra for a minute while we get the tripod and everything set up here. There we go. Alright. So how's everybody doing tonight? Everybody good? Good. Hit my butt through here. There we go. What's up? What's up? Come on, guys, hit that like button. Y'all hit that like button, get some more people in here. just about got it, guys. I'm working as fast as I can here. You get the light hooked up. I'm doing good, kitty. I'm doing good. Looks like we got a bunch of people that don't want to hit the like button right now. That's alright. That's alright. Not a problem. Maybe they'll end up liking it here in a little bit. Once we get everything going. There we go. I got the power plugged in, get the light on, and the camera set up. What's up, girl? Alright. There we go. Let me grab the camera. There we go. What's up, Cayman? What's up, buddy? There we go. Alright. Alright, kitty. We'll see you in a minute, buddy. Come on, guys. Smash that like button for me. We got 15 people in here. Only 2 likes. You smash some likes, I'll keep the cool snakes coming. If I get up there to 20 likes, I'll feed some snakes tonight. Once we hit 20 likes, I'll do some feedings. But if you don't want to hit the likes, you know, and you're just hanging out, you know, whether you're trolls or whatever, that's cool too. I don't care. We all good. I ain't got a problem with any of the trolls. Not much. Got back from watching Avatar 3, Fire and Ash. Awesome, awesome. That's pretty cool. I never even watched the first one. I never even watched the first one, but that's pretty cool. Now, girl, you stay in that damn tree. Don't you try climbing out of it. She's gonna try to go higher. But I did this with the tree and everything and the light to try to give y'all a better look at her true colors. Because, you know, it's very hard to tell their true color on camera. You know, their color's just amazing, though, in person. And I'll tell y'all a little bit about this snake and stuff. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. I'll for sure check it out. What is it? It's in the theaters right now, I assume? Let's see here. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. Alright, guys, I'm just about done here, and I'll tell you a little something about this guy. Well, this girl, because this is a female here. As you can see, you know, between the females and the males, there is, you know, some sexual dimorphism with them. You know, the females are much larger than the males. I had posted a short video earlier about the males. I had posted a little short video with the male in it earlier, and so anybody can kind of get a look at the difference in them. Awesome, Kitty. Good to see you back. Good to see you back. It'll take a little while to get, you know, the rest of the regular people in here and stuff. Right now we have some other people in here, not the regulars, I don't think. If it was the regulars, they'd have hit that like button already, but apparently it's not. No big deal, though. Oh yeah, I'm sure you did, Cayman, no doubt. I appreciate it, buddy. You always do. So does Kitty. It's just anybody else that's here right now, you know, haven't done so yet. But like I say, not a big deal. They don't have to. You know, there's some people that don't, you know, don't speak our language, you know, and then there's some that are trolls, some that are, you know, just watching, you know, on a device that maybe they can't hit the like on or don't know how or whatever. So there's different people all over the board here. So unfortunately, we don't get a like out of everybody, but for some reason, you know, a few of them ain't even showing up. So at least two of them. Oh yeah, the favorite snake in my collection is by far the black phase timber rattlesnake. By far. I'll get her to turn and face us here. Hey girl, hey. Hey girl, hey. Here girl, I'm over here. Hey, we're over here. Hey. There we go. Hey girl, hey. Hey, there we go. What's up, pretty girl? What's up, Annie? Good to see you. It's been a long time. We ain't seen you in a little while. I'm glad to see you here. I thought you forgot all about us. Nice to see you. But guys, I appreciate everybody that's here. So when I work with these venomous snakes, I usually start off with a short prayer, and then we talk a little bit about them. So we're going to pray real quick, guys. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the incredible beauty and diversity of your creation, even the ones that rattle our nerves a little bit. We ask for your protection, your wisdom, and steady hands when working with venomous animals. Please keep us alert, keep us respectful and humble, never careless or overconfident. Watch over those who keep, study, and educate others about these snakes. And let every interaction be done safely, responsibly, and with respect for life. And our viewers as well. Amen. If someone told you that there's a snake that looks like it was dipped in liquid sapphire and sprinkled with Instagram filters, you might think that they're exaggerating, but today we're talking about one of the most visually stunning snakes on the planet. It's the blue insularis pit viper, also known as Tremorosaurus insularis. These snakes don't just look venomous, they look expensive. If snakes were jewelry, this would be iced out. Yes, before anybody asks, it's not blue because it's sad, cold, or trying to impress anyone. That color is real, it's natural, and obviously very mesmerizing. Thank you, Annie. The blue insularis pit vipers are native to Indonesia. They're primarily found on islands like, the Tremorosaurus insularis is found on islands like Java, Bali, Lombok, and, any nearby regions. The blue one here, though, is found only on the Komodo Island. It is a subspecies or a morph of the Tremorosaurus insularis or the white-lipped pit viper, whereas this one is called the white-lipped island pit viper. These snakes come from, vacation destinations. Meanwhile, we're at home, slipping on ice or dodging potholes. And these vipers are living their best tropical lives. They do thrive in the forests, the plantations, and sometimes near human settlements. And that really means that they're adaptable. But it also means that humans and vipers occasionally cross paths. And when that happens, let's just say, the snake doesn't usually appreciate the surprise visit. Let's talk about the color a little bit here, because I'm sure that's a question to some people. Many of them are green and some of them are yellow, but the blue morph, that's the rock star of this species. This coloration is caused by structural coloration. That basically just means, microscopic structures in their scales that reflect light in a way that produces blue hues. So no, they're not painted, they're not dyed, it's not a mood ring, and unfortunately, feeding them blueberries will not make them bluer. People have tried, and science says no. Males tend to be bright blue with red or orange eyes, while females are often green or teal. Nature really said, let's make this species extra dramatic. Blue insularis pit vipers are medium-sized snakes. They typically reach 4 feet long or so. They're not massive like a reticulated python, but they're not really small enough to ignore either. They have thick, muscular bodies, that very distinct triangular head like most venomous pit vipers. It's basically nature's way of saying, venom inside, handle with care. Yes, they're an arboreal snake, as you can see here. She's hanging in the tree. And again, because of hanging in the tree, that obviously shows that it means they love climbing. And if you ever hear someone say, at least snakes can't climb, feel free to laugh politely and then back away slowly. One of the most misunderstood things about the blue insularis is its temperament. These snakes are generally calm and, sedentary, but they are not aggressive by default. They're more of a please don't touch me kind of snake, but this is a very important, but when threatened or startled, or mishandled, these snakes can strike very fast. You just kind of think of them like a quiet person at a party who suddenly snaps when someone touches their food, with no warning, just pure chaos. They rely heavily on camouflage, staying still and waiting for prey. Many bites happen because someone didn't see the snake until it was too late. What's up, Sandra Meyer? How are you? Yes, this is Tremorosaurus insularis. So, let's not sugarcoat things here, you know. This is a venomous pit viper. Their venom is primarily hemotoxic. It just means it affects the blood and tissue, you know. And bites will usually cause severe pain, swelling, tissue damage, and bleeding complications. While bites are rarely fatal with proper medical care, they're absolutely medical emergencies. It's not a, you know, walk it off situation with these snakes. This is a definitely go to the hospital immediately and rethink your life choices situation. And for the record, no, sucking out venom does not work. Neither does whiskey, you know, prayer alone, or my buddy said this trick on YouTube. Anti-venom and medical professionals are the real most valuable players here. These blue insularis pit vipers, you know, feed on things like rodents and birds and lizards and even occasionally frogs. They use heat-sensing pits that are located, you know, between the eye and the nostril, and that detects warm-blooded prey, basically having built-in thermal vision. Meanwhile, you know, we lose our phone in panic after 5 minutes. The strike, you know, they inject venom and they wait for the prey to succumb, you know. They're very efficient, precise, and honestly kind of rude if you're a mouse. As dangerous as they might seem, though, these snakes play a very critical role in their ecosystem. They help control rodent populations, you know, which protects crops and limits the spread of disease. Without snakes like the blue insularis, humans would have a lot more problems and a lot more rats. If you got bit by this snake, Cayman, you know, I would say, you know, you want to be to the hospital within the first hour. So, yes, you know, as I'm telling Cayman there, they're venomous, but they also, you know, incredibly important. You know, nature doesn't, you know, make villains, just misunderstood, you know, characters. Because of their stunning appearance, you know, the blue insularis pit vipers are highly sought after in the exotic reptile world. This is where we need to be very clear, guys. These snakes are not for beginners, you know. Keeping one requires experience with venomous reptiles, proper permits depending on your location, secure escape-proof enclosures, emergency protocols, and anti-venom access. You know, owning one just because it looks cool is how accidents happen. This is not a flex snake. It is a responsibility snake. If you want something blue and low risk, you know, get a lava lamp. So with that, let's talk a little bit about safety with these guys, because this part's not optional. Anyone working with blue insularis pit vipers, you know, should always use proper tools like hooks and tongs and barriers, you know. Never free handle the damn animals, ever. Never free handle a venomous reptile. Always work with, you know, a second person. I like to call them a spotter. Never handle venomous snakes alone. So, you know, you need to know the emergency procedures, you know, you need to respect the animal at all times. Complacency is the real danger. Most bites happen to experienced handlers who got too comfortable. The snake didn't change someone's mindset. You know, and some of my regulars here have seen, what's up, Naya? But some of my regulars here have seen me actually do exactly what I'm talking about now, and I've gotten complacent, and I've had some near misses. You know, remember, confidence is good, but overconfidence is how people get bitten. In the wild, habitat destruction and illegal collection is what threatens these snakes. Conservation efforts matter. Not just for the species, but, you know, for the ecosystems they support. A good starter snake I would recommend would be, you know, a rat snake or a king snake, you know, something like that. education is the key. You know, the more people understand these animals, the less they fear them, and the less likely they are to kill them out of panic. The blue insularis pit viper is proof that nature can be both beautiful and dangerous at the same time. They command respect, you know, not fear, admiration, not recklessness. This snake does not exist to scare us. It exists because it belongs here, just like everything else in the natural world. So whether you're a keeper, you're an educator, or just someone who appreciates reptiles from a safe distance, please just remember this. Respect the snake, respect the venom, and respect your limits. You know, don't try to pet, you know, the shiny blue danger noodle. What's up, Bobby Joe? Thank you guys for listening there, you know, and we'll just check this girl out, watch her for a little while, and maybe talk a little more as we go here. You know, we get more people in here and stuff, you know, because people come in and out, you know, regularly on these streams, because you know people only want to watch a snake, you know, the same snake for a short time. What's up, Patrick? Good to see you. But as you guys can see here, on this snake here, you see that the tail actually is red right at the tip of the tail here. The reason that the tail is red like that, it's not just decoration. It's actually because when they are young, well, even at this age in the wild, they use that as a lure. What they call it is a coddle lure. And what that means is the snake will actually lay there perfectly still, but it will wiggle the very end of that tail around and make that tail look like a worm. And a bird or a mouse or, you know, whatever, any of those kind of prey like a frog or a lizard, you know, they may try to get that worm and they will grab the, you know, animal that's trying to get their tail when they grab it. So it's pretty cool, you know, just a pretty cool thing that nature has done, and I just thought that'd be a little fun little fact to share with y'all. Try to get y'all a little bit closer of a look there. But again, this is the Tremorosaurus insularis. It is also known as the white-lipped pit viper. This specific color morph is a subspecies of the Tremorosaurus insularis. This one is known as the white-lipped island pit viper because this snake here in the blue coloration like this is only found on the Komodo Islands in the wild. There is a yellow phase of this snake as well that is also found in the Weetar Island. Now this snake also comes in green, and the green is the ones that are found in the mainland that are the main, you know, species of the Tremorosaurus insularis. And the green coloration is about the color of green that you see here on these bamboo leaves. I am going to share this with a few people here. Try to get us a couple of likes and stuff. And like I said, like if you watch, you know, I've told y'all about the red portion of the tail. If I touch it, you'll see her come around. When I touch her, like, because, you know, it's a natural reaction. You see, she's turning around because I'm touching her there. What's up, girl? Hmm? What's up, pretty girl? Hmm? All right, let's see here. Trying to find a phone number here. His posture when he was looking at the camera would make a great screenshot, still photo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out and see if I can't get a shot of it. Let's see here. Let me adjust the camera. Hey, girl. Hey. Hi, big girl. You keep hiding your face from me. Hey. You keep hiding your face from me, girl. Where you going? Come here. Hey. There you go. Turn your head around here where we can see you. You keep hiding your face. What's going on, Gil? Thanks for giving us a thumbs up. Appreciate you. We appreciate it. You know, guys, see the difference in my live streams here and some other live streams that you may watch is my live streams, I understand that, you're just, not a lot of people are going to want to sit and, what's up, Iron Sword? not going to want to sit and stare at snakes for a couple of hours straight, you know, because it would get boring. I understand that, you know. So, you know, I completely understand if everybody, you know, just stops in for, you know, 5-10 minutes or something, you know, and then comes back, checks in later on snakes again. And that's typically how it works here with my live streams. That's definitely a Carolina blue one, Gil, for sure. But, you know, I get plenty of views on my live streams. I know when we're in here, we only ever see 10 or 20 people, sometimes 30 or 40 at a time. But that's because there's a lot of people in and out all the time. You know, the overall views on my streams are quite high. But guys, here, I'm going to show you something pretty interesting looking real fast here. Check this out. We have this girl in the tree, and then I got the male down here, and look at him. He's sitting up watching her up in the tree. And you can see the difference in her coloration and his. As you see, his is more blue. She's more of a teal, brighter color, you know. So, but that's pretty cool. I thought that's something would be interesting to show. You know, how they react. You know, they're very aware of their surroundings. Very aware. They don't miss a beat. And actually, like I say, I posted a short video on my channel last night where you can actually see where the male was climbing on the hook, and he ended up getting a little bit irritated with my shenanigans, and he decided to try to take a bite of me. He wasn't successful, thankfully, but he showed his tough guy side. Hey guys, if there's anybody here that has not hit the like button yet, if you could help us out and hit that like button. Again, guys, it's not about, you know, it's not about money on my channel. It's not about monetization. The reason I ask people to hit the like button on this channel is so I can help further the education, you know, about these animals. You know, these snakes play a vital role in our ecosystems and, you know, in the world. So by you hitting the like button, it simply helps get it out there to more people. So, you know, we can tell them the importance of it, and we can try to replace, you know, fear with respect or curiosity. So y'all hitting the like button, you know, really helps us in that aspect. This channel has met the monetization requirements for quite some time now. I choose not to activate that and turn that on because I'm not in this for the money on this channel. I am 100% in it for the conservation and education. No, Gil, snakes do not hear. They do sense vibrations, though. And today, tonight here, we are going to do our weekly assist feeding of the baby king cobra. And for those of you who, you know, haven't never seen it or know why I'm going to assist feed, is because baby king cobras in the wild normally eat other snakes. You know, they don't eat rodents and things like that. But in captivity, it's very difficult to access or get a hold of, you know, baby snakes to feed the king cobra. So you need to get them transitioned into rodents, and it takes, you know, some force feedings to get them to adapt to the rodents when they're babies. So for the first several months, a lot of them have to be force fed. Not all of them, you know, there are a handful right out of the egg that you can get eating. on their own, but a big number of them need to be force fed to get them into it. So that's why we do it. And in a little while, we will switch snakes. Maybe I'll get the male out here after this girl, and show the difference. I would put them both in there together, but I don't want to risk it. It is not breeding season for these two, so there's a very good chance she would eat the male because they will cannibalize, unfortunately. Actually, a lot of snakes will. I actually had a timber rattlesnake cannibalize another rattlesnake when they was affected with the snake fungal disease, and the one snake, was refusing to eat for a very long time, and I had two of them together. Well, it turned out the larger one ate the smaller one. It's basically a last-ditch effort, for them to gain the nutrients that they need, to recover. And, when it comes to, like I say, like these Insularises, they will just eat another Insularis just to eat them, These blue Insularises, whether other keepers would agree or not, I don't know. But in my experience, every Trimerosaurus Insularis that I have ever had or worked with are basically a reptile garbage disposal. They'll eat just about anything you put in front of them. So during breeding season, I have to feed the female very heavily to where she doesn't want to eat anymore. And then I need to introduce the male into her enclosure, and I need to monitor that, for a couple of hours at a time until I witness a lock. A lock means you witness them actually, breeding, and then separate them. You never want to leave them in together, though some keepers have successfully cohabbed these guys. I'm not one of them. I have never wanted to take the risk because I've seen it happen. So I constantly, just monitor. Do I feed her trolls? No, I don't. I don't feed her trolls because I like the trolls, so I keep them around. But I do feed her Mountain Dew eggs from time to time. Hey guys, if there's anybody in here that has not hit the like button yet, will you please hit that like button? Like I say, look, even if you, don't like snakes, you don't like me, that's fine. But hit the like button so we can help get this out to more people, about the educational purposes, I really, want to educate people as much as we possibly can about the importance of reptiles and snakes in general. Again, guys, for any of you that don't understand or don't know, I appreciate that, Zero. But those of you that don't know, let me just give you a little example. One male and one female rat in their lineage for 1 year can produce over 20,000 rats. So again, one male and one female in their lineage, 20,000 rats. So you just imagine if we didn't have reptiles and snakes and other animals that, prey on rodents, imagine how many rodents, we would have. We would be up to our waist in rodents, guys. So there is huge importance to these animals. Also, not only that, the venom from venomous snakes is used in many life-saving medications. And there is lots of promising research on other medications and even cancer. Right now, it is used for things like blood pressure medications, anti-clotting medications. It's used for seizure medications and pain medications. It's used for lots of different things. You know, the proteins found in snake venom are extremely valuable. Exactly, yes. Snakes are cool, you know, you just don't want them in your bed. And again, you know, that's one of the things I'm trying to teach here on this channel to people is, you know, even if you're afraid of snakes or you don't per se like snakes, that's fine. You know, but you can learn, you know, by watching our channel and doing even your own research. If you don't like my channel and don't like me, that's fine. You can do your own research and you can find that, you know, these snakes, you know, you can easily coexist with these snakes without having to fear. Rodents would devastate the plants by eating the seeds and leaves. Absolutely, Patrick. That's another thing with the rodents. Yes, if we had that many rodents and stuff, the rodents would devastate plants and stuff. And let's just say, example, if we lost, you know, I don't know plants that well, but let's just say we lost a fern, you know, that was important to, you know, ferns that are important to, you know, certain mushrooms. Well, now that mushrooms can't grow, those mushrooms can't keep oak trees healthy. Oak trees die off. You know, so it's just a big domino effect, you know, from losing species of snakes, you know. But anyway, you know, we can, you know, most bites that occur from venomous snakes, whether it be stuff that's native to your location that you live or exotic stuff, you know, most bites occur because somebody wasn't paying attention and they accidentally stepped on a snake. They accidentally, you know, reached underneath to pick something up and it was under there and bit them. Or, you know, they thought they were going to be the cool guy and take a selfie with it. Or, you know, they thought they were going to impress their friends or the local slut, you know, and try to hold the snake. You know, like, come on, guys. Back when I was younger, we didn't have to hold venomous snakes to impress the local smut, you know. All we had to do is show up in our car with a joint. And we had it in the bag. So, you know, there's lots and lots of, you know, ways to stay safe, you know, but also respect the animal at the same time. And again, you know, as dumb as it might sound to some people in here, you know, you simply hitting that like button, you're contributing way more than you even realize to the conservation, you know, of these animals through education. And then after this snake here, I'm going to get out another arboreal snake. I'm going to actually start preparing the other arboreal right now. And arboreal just means that they, you know, hang in the trees. They live in the trees, so let me find the correct cage here. Alright, so it's this cage here. I just got to move a couple of things around to get it. Okay. Alright, so she's not going to like when I try to remove her from this tree. She's going to give me a little trouble about it, I guarantee it. But we're going to see here if we can get her down. Come on, big girl. Climb out of that tree. Come on. Climb out of that tree. Come on. Come on, big girl. Come on. Come on. Get on out of that tree. Go on. No, don't come over here. Come on. Come on. Come on, big girl. I got you. I got you. I'm not going to let you fall. Come on. 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 Get unweaved out of there where we can pick you up. Come on. Come on. Let me put this lid on just a minute. Come on, girl. Hey. Come on. Get on out of that tree. Come on. Here. Let's do it like this then. Here. Here, let's do this. Here. Because I know you'll climb if I do this. Here. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. You just try to bite the paper for her, girl. Come on. Come on, girl. Hey. Come on, girl. Come on. Get down off of there. Come on. Come on. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on, girl. We'll get her back out and feed her again here in a little bit once I show the next snake here. I'm trying to wrestle her out of the tree. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Where you at, girl? Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. Get out of that tree. Come on. Get out of that tree. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. There you go. Good job. Good job. Come here, girl. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're almost out. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. Here. There we go. Come on. Oh, shit, girl. Shit. There we go. Finally, I got her. She ain't easy. She's strong. Way stronger than people might think. Come here, girl. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Hey. There you go. Good. Good girl. There we go. Okay. Now. Everybody hasn't left since that took so long. We'll get this one out now. Yes, that one is a very beautiful creature. Thank you. Now, this one is not quite so visually stunning, but it's still a very nice snake. Still a very important snake. Let's get her. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. This one's a male here. I'll get the camera focused in on him once he gets up to where he's going to hang. Let me adjust the tripod just a bit. There we go. Hey, Bubba. Hey. There you go, dude. There you go. No. There you go. There you go. Okay. So, this snake here, I'll try to turn it so you can see them better. There you go. All right, little dude. Come on, guys, smash that like button. If you're here and you haven't already done so, please hit that thumbs up for us. It really helps get this out to a bigger audience. Helps us be able to educate more people. It helps, you know, with conservation efforts of these animals. There are many, many snake species out there that, you know, that are really in decline. So, it's important that we start working now to try and preserve them. But, so, anyway, this one right here, guys, when a lot of people think of venomous snakes, you know, they picture the jungles, the deserts, or even horror movies, you know, where someone definitely ignored, you know, the warning signs. But today here, you know, we're going to talk about a snake that lives, you know, where the land meets the sea, basically. And it's called the shore pit viper. It's scientifically known as Trimerosaurus insularis. Or I'm sorry, Jesus, I'm thinking of the old snake again. It's Trimerosaurus maculatus, which sounds like something, you know, you'd accidentally summon if you know, read it out loud 3 times. They're found in Southeast Asia, southern Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, you know, the coastal region and mangrove forests. As the name suggests, they prefer the coastal habitats, you know, especially the mangroves, the tidal flats, and the swampy areas. Basically, if the ground is wet, muddy, and full of mosquitoes, there's a good chance that this snake feels at home. So they would feel just fine in South Carolina. Unlike, you know, the bright blue insularis, though, you know, the shore pit vipers are masters of camouflage. You know, they're typically brown, gray, or even purplish like this one. Obviously covered in these darker blotches or patterns that you see, and they're perfectly matched to mud and roots and, you know, leaf litter. Basically, it's the snake's superpower is being, you know, invisible, you know, until it suddenly isn't. And that's usually when, you know, someone says, oh, there's a snake. But they have the classic triangular pit viper head, just like the last one, you know, and the vertical pupils and the heat-sensing pitch that's between the eyes and the nostrils there. And again, guys, that's nature's way of saying, you know, this animal is not bluffing. Shore pit vipers are medium-sized, you know, they grow about 3 feet long, you know, every now and then an individual might get up to 4 feet. But, you know, they're usually pretty thick-bodied, especially for the females. They're very muscular, you know, they're solid, you know, sort of like they've been doing squats their whole life. They are a semi-arboreal species, meaning they can be found on the ground and in low vegetation or on roots and branches near water. So not only do these guys live in the trees, but they also live on the ground, unlike the blue insularis that is, you know, primarily arboreal. So again, yes, they can be found on the ground, you know, or just above it. You know, they're usually just patiently waiting, you know, for prey to come by, or, you know, while you walk by, you know, completely unaware. So let's talk a little bit about their personality, because this snake has a much different personality than, you know, the last one. The shore pit vipers are generally calm, and they're slow moving, and they are extremely defensive but never aggressive. They don't go looking for trouble, but if trouble steps on them or leans on them or tries to pick them up, they will respond very freaking quickly. They rely extremely heavily on, remaining motionless, and blending in and just waiting for threats or prey to come too close. And again, most bites happen not because the snake chased somebody, but because the snake was stepped on or grabbed accidentally. The snake's response is essentially, I warned you, by existing quietly. The shore pit viper is a venomous snake. The venom, again, is primarily hemotoxic, just like the blue Insularis. The bites cause immediate pain. Basically, if I had to describe a venomous snake bite, how it feels with a hemotoxic venom, I guess I would describe it where you would say, you got hit with a baseball bat with a nail through it dipped in shit, because it hurts bad. And it causes, just immense swelling and bruising and tissue damage and bleeding. I mean, it keeps the blood from clotting and stuff. And it can cause, systemic issues. It can cause, renal failure and stuff. Fatalities are rare with prompt medical care with these guys, but the bites are absolutely serious and they need to be treated as medical emergencies. This is not a, Google it later situation. This is a hospital now situation. And just to be clear, no, cutting the wound does not help. That's an old myth. Ice does not help, And no, your cousin's survival trick doesn't help either. Modern medicine is the only thing that helps. Everything else just makes, the doctors sigh, I guess, thinking, why would you waste time? But, the shore pit vipers, again, they also feed on, rodents and frogs and lizards and small birds. And once again, they're an ambush predator, just like all other pit vipers, and they use those heat-sensing pits that they have to detect warm-blooded prey. Even in the complete darkness, they can still see that warm-blooded prey. They strike extremely quickly, inject venom, and allow the venom to do the work. They're efficient, they're precise, and it's minimum effort, Honestly, something we could all learn from. But like all pit vipers, the shore pit viper plays a vital role in controlling, prey populations, especially rodents. In the coastal and mangrove ecosystems, this balance is critical. Remove snakes and rodent populations explode, along with crop damage and disease. Do you keep anti-venom on hand? I do keep some anti-venom on hand, Patrick, yes. Not for every snake I have, but, for some I do. So, while they may not be cuddly, they are absolutely necessary, guys. Nature doesn't need us to like every creature, we just need to respect them. But because these snakes, live close to water and human activity, encounters do happen, especially with fishermen, farmers, and people walking barefoot, where they shouldn't be doing so. Many shore pit vipers are killed out of fear rather than necessity. And again, like I've been, preaching this whole time, education changes that, Understanding turns panic into caution. And caution saves lives on both sides. The shore pit viper occasionally appears in the venomous reptile trade, but like all venomous snakes, it requires experience, proper permits, secure enclosures and clear emergency plans. And again, this is not a beginner snake. This is not I watched a few videos snake. This is a years of experience and respect snake. And free handling? Absolutely not. That's not bravery. That's statistics in the making. Safety cannot be optional when working with venomous snakes. You know, the best practices for working with these venomous snakes is, you know, using hooks and tools at all times, you know, never rushing any movements, you know, always knowing where the pointy end is, also known as the head, and, you know, working with a second person, you know, keeping anti-venom access and, you know, emergency contacts ready. Have a bite protocol. You know, as I've showed on one of my short videos before, my bite protocol is, if I have a snake out and I'm working with it and I was to get bitten, my first thing is secure the snake. Call 911. Let them know I'm either on my way to the hospital or to get an ambulance to me, whatever's quicker. The third thing is, grab the bite protocol book. Take that with me to the hospital. Head to the hospital, say a little prayer, and if all else fails, kiss my ass goodbye. But most accidents happen, you know, when someone gets too comfortable, you know. The snake doesn't get careless, people do. Confidence should always be paired with caution in this hobby. So, and, you know, just a few final thoughts here, guys. You know, the shore pit viper may not shine bright blue or steal the spotlight like the blue insularis, but it is a perfect example of, you know, quiet efficiency and natural balance. It reminds us that danger doesn't always announce itself, and that respect is the most powerful safety tool we have. This snake is not evil, it's not even aggressive. It's just doing exactly what it was designed to do. So, you know, just admire it, study it, and respect it. And maybe, just maybe, watch where you step if you're out in the woods. And I think I will. What's this here? Is having the snake helpful once you've been bitten? Could they use the snake's venom to make an anti-venom on site? No, no. That's one thing that I guess I should address, because that is a common thing people used to say is, you know, if you get bit, take the snake to the hospital with you. Do not do that. You know, if you're out in the wild, if you know what kind of snake it is, you know, you're good. Just let that snake go and, you know, get to the hospital. Even if you don't know, just let it go and get to the hospital. Now, if you have time and you can stay calm enough, maybe snap a photo of that snake if you ain't aware of what kind it is. Take a photo of that snake and take that to the hospital with you. The actual snake itself is not useful to the hospital staff. And with that, I am going to pull out the male blue insularis here. So I think we got a little bit of stuff yet to talk about with the blue insularises. So let me pull the male out. I'll show you some differences, and we'll talk about some pretty important stuff that that we didn't talk about with the female. If I can get this guy out the tree. Come on, buddy. Come on. There you go, Bubba. No, you don't. No, you don't. Hey, me and you are friends, dude. We are friends, bro. I feed you. Don't forget. I give you rats, okay? Okay. So let me grab this mail real quick. All right. What's up, Bubba? Come on up out of there. You can come out. Come on, you're allowed. Come on. All right, guys. So this right here, now y'all saw the female. This is the male, and obviously this snake here, let me try to get him to turn around here where we can see him. There we go. Nope, he ain't in a good position here. Let me see if I can move some branches out of the way to get him where we can see him. What's up, Bubba? Here. We get some branches out the way here so we can see you. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. Let me raise the tripod up, and I think we'll be in good shape. Yeah, there we go. That's not bad. So anyway, with the male here, you can actually see, you know, the sexual dimorphism, you know, a couple of different ways. You can see the color difference with this versus the female. The males are, you know, just more of a, I guess, blue color versus a, you know, fluorescent, you know, blue or teal type color. So that's one big difference with them. Size, you know, like I say, that female is 4 times the size of this male. And this male is, without me looking at my papers, I don't know the exact age, but he's about 6 years old. So this male is about 6 years old, but, you know, the coloration, you know, the white lip and everything is all still the same. But understanding another thing that I want to talk about here, you know, with the males is understanding the breeding behavior of this species helps us learn more about reptile reproduction, you know, competition, communication, and survival strategies in the wild. So the blue insularis pit viper, again, is scientifically known as Trimerosaurus insularis. It is found in countries like Indonesia, you know, East Timor, and, you know, the nearby islands, and specifically Komodo Island with this blue morph of the white-lipped pit viper. While, you know, many individuals, especially, you know, the main Trimerosaurus insularis is actually green, you know, from the mainland. You know, again, the ones on the Komodo Island are this blue, the ones on the Weetar Island are yellow. Again, you know, for anybody that wasn't here when we talked about the female, these are venomous pit vipers. You know, they're mostly arboreal, meaning they live in the trees. They're nocturnal, meaning that, you know, they are active mainly at nighttime. They're ambush predators. You know, they eat things like small mammals, birds, frogs, and lizards. And the coloration and behavior play an important role both in survival and reproduction. Male blue insularis pit vipers do not breed year-round. Their breeding activity is seasonal, you know, usually increasing during warmer and more humid periods, which often align with the rainy season in their natural habitats. During this time, you know, hormone levels in the males increase. You know, the males become more active and mobile. Feeding, you know, may decrease as breeding becomes the priority. Environmental cues like, you know, temperature, you know, daylight length, and humidity help trigger these changes. So before breeding happens with these guys, the male pit vipers undergo, you know, internal physiological changes. Their reproductive organs become active, and energy is redirected from growth and feeding to reproduction. The male insularis pit vipers usually are more slender than females. They're equipped with longer tails relative to body length. Their It's going to sound kind of stupid the way I say this because I don't know how to really explain this to you, but I guess they're more brightly colored, I want to say. It's more of a blue than a turquoise, I guess, and even almost some purple hues to the males sometimes, and especially during the breeding season. The blue coloration in the males, may help with, species recognition or play a role in, signaling maturity and fitness. Though researchers are still studying this kind of thing. The male pit vipers rely heavily on chemical signals to locate females. Females release pheromones, which are scent chemicals that males can detect using their tongues, and a specialized sensory organ called the Jacobson's organ. During the breeding season, you might see a male, flicking his tongue repeatedly, following scent trails along branches or forest floor, becoming more alert and focused. But, this behavior just helps the male determine whether a female is nearby or whether she is receptive to breeding or not. Wouldn't it be nice if us humans had that? And another little cool thing about them is, let me try to zoom in and give you a little bit better of a shot of the male's coloration. Because right there on the head right now, I'm not sure how your phones are picking it up. But as you can see, there's almost a purplish tint to them there. But there is male-to-male competition, When multiple males locate the same female, competition does occur, Instead of biting or using venom, the male pit vipers, just engage in like ritualized, combat. It reduces the risk of serious injury, but the combat is usually like raising the front part of their bodies, twisting and pushing each other down, one will be trying to attempt to pin the other to the ground, if that makes any sense. Basically, this is what's known as combat dances. The stronger or the more persistent male usually wins and earns the chance to breed. The behavior sort of helps ensure, the healthier, stronger males pass on their genes. Something that us American men have gotten away from. Once a male, successfully approaches a female without being rejected, courtship begins. The male pit vipers are cautious and deliberate during this stage. Common male courtship, is like slow body movements alongside the female, gentle body contact, and remaining close without sudden actions. The male has to ensure the female that she's receptive. Unreceptive females may, move away or show defensive behavior. The courting can last, from several minutes to several hours, depending on the individuals. Whenever they do mate, the male uses specialized reproductive organs called the hemipenes, which are basically unique to snakes and lizards. The hemipenes are the snake's snake. The thing is, they have two of them. The male's role is limited to fertilization, though. Mating is brief compared to courtship. The male provides no parental care, and after mating, the male leaves. Smart man. And the female will later carry the developing young. The insularis are oviviparous, meaning that the young develop inside eggs that remain within the mother's body until they're born. After breeding, the males return, to feeding behavior. They reduce activity levels, and they just focus on restoring lost energy. They do not form bonds with females or offspring. Their biological investment ends, after banging. the male, breeding behavior plays a, crucial role in maintaining genetic diversity, ensuring strong offspring, and supporting population stability. Ritualized combat, selective mating, and chemical communication all help the species survive, in competitive environments. The breeding behavior of the male blue insularis is a complex and well-adapted process shaped by evolution. Everything from detecting chemical signals, to competing with rivals to, for careful courtship and mating. Males play a vital role in reproduction, even though their involvement ends immediately after breeding. Studying, the behaviors not only helps, scientists understand the snake biology, but also supports conservation efforts and responsible care in zoological settings. That's funny, Patrick. If there's anybody out there that hadn't hit that like button yet, please hit that thumbs up for us. We need one more to get to 20. Bubba. And guys, I am going to do something here. It's going to take me just a little bit. But I'm going to leave it on this guy, and I'll still be here to answer any questions and stuff, but I'm going to do something while I prepare to pull out a different snake. Looks like some people fell off already, but that's how we'll pick up another crowd here in just a little bit. Won't be long. What's up, JT Tom? And what's up, JT Sue? My little lurker. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Ugh. My little short video there, the little blue guy was a little frustrated with me. Somebody was up all needs to start acting her age. How you doing, everybody? If you're somebody that's just getting here, you're looking at a Tremorosaurus insularis, Komodo Island pit viper, also known as the blue insularis or the blue pit viper. We have discussed these guys a little bit already, but we're going to be looking at a different snake altogether here in a very short time after I get through cleaning these couple of cages. If you haven't already done so, please hit that thumbs up button. Has anybody seen Jamal yet tonight? I ain't seen him yet. Normally he stops in. Thank you guys for stopping in. And after we finish cleaning these couple of cages here, we'll pull out another snake here and see if we can learn anything about them or not. See if anybody's interested in checking out something else. I broke my damn charger. Yeah, guys, please remember to give us a thumbs up. We could use them. There we go, I got it. Hey guys, I see some more people have stopped in. Again, we're looking at the Tremorosaurus insularis, also known as the blue insularis or the Komodo Island pit viper. It's a venomous snake found in Indonesia. This blue color one is found specifically on the Komodo Island. One of the most visually stunning snakes on the planet. A very, very highly sought after species in the exotic animal trade. Like I say, I know I'm being a little boring right this minute, but I'm cleaning a couple of cages, and once I get through cleaning them, I gotta clean them while the snakes are in the tree. Makes my life a little easier. So after I get through cleaning these couple of cages here, we will show some different snakes and talk a little bit about them. So, if anybody has any suggestions on, what they would like to see after this one, I may have that snake available to look at. So, feel free to give me suggestions. And like I say, guys, this one is the male blue insularis. If any of y'all want to see the female, because the females are much larger, if you tap on your screen and look at the bottom of your screen, you will see a red line. You can back that red line up all the way to the beginning, and you'll be able to, get back to where we had the big female in the tree just before the male. The Trimerosaurus insularis does, exhibit sexual dimorphism, which means, that there are some differences between males and females. One of the biggest differences is the size. The females are 3-4 times the size of the male in many cases. And also the female's coloration is, I would say, more fluorescent than the males. The females almost look like a turquoise color, whereas the males are more of a blue or bluish purple even. And now the mainland species, because these are what's called the white-lipped pit viper on the mainland. This is the white-lipped island pit viper, which is a subspecies of the white-lipped pit viper. The ones from the mainland are green. They're as green as the stems of the bamboo right there. Very bright green snakes. They have the exact same venom, exact same everything. Just the coloration is different. This is the Trimerosaurus insularis, the blue insularis. Can you please give me a thumbs up? Double tap your screen to give me a thumbs up. I will answer any other questions you might have. I appreciate it, Janice. This is scientifically known as Trimerosaurus insularis. It is commonly known as the blue insularis. There are some other, common names for them, which is the white-lipped pit viper and the white-lipped island pit viper. The Tremorosaurus insularis on the mainland of Indonesia is called the white-lipped pit viper. Being that this blue subspecies, or this blue morph of the Tremorosaurus insularis is found only on the Komodo Island, it gets the name the white-lipped island pit viper. Now you can also find this species on the Wetar Island, and that one comes in bright yellow. I mean, very beautiful, bright yellow. And it's still the same snake, just another subspecies or another color morph. Pretty much, yes sir. The island version wears, you know, Hawaiian shirts. That's right, just like Hawaii. You won't hit the thumbs up for us, Janice? Yeah, they are a very pretty snake. They're, like I say, they are probably one of, if not the most visually stunning species on the planet. We need one more like to get to 20, guys. If there's anybody here that hasn't hit the like button yet, please help us out getting to 20 likes. Even if you're just a casual viewer, you know, if you're a troll, it doesn't matter. Anybody, you know, nobody will know you hit the like. Please help us out. It really helps us out on spreading the education, you know, and teaching people the importance of these animals. And, you know, it does a lot, you know, for the habitats and everything that they're in. Welcome, guys. Welcome. I'm real close to being done here with cleaning the cages. Almost done. So as soon as I get done, we'll switch the snake out and we'll look at something different. I'm on the last cage now. I had to clean actually 3 of them, so I'm on the last one now, so it won't be much longer. I've really been considering, turning all of my enclosures, out at the property where the snakes live. I've considered turning them all into bioactive setups, where they basically clean themselves. Patrick, did you see Jason did another nighttime hunt? Hey, Bubby, you stay in that tree till I'm done, okay? I see you starting to get antsy. Oh, boy. About 3 more minutes or so, guys. I know there's only a couple of you watching, but I'll be done in just a few minutes. Almost there. Where you going, dude? Hey guys, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. I'll be done cleaning this cage in just a minute, and we'll switch out the snake. Good evening, Miss Sue. What's up, Lynx? They're doing good. They're doing real good. All right. Now, let's get... Oh, fuck. Good morning. Oh, I love it. All right, little dude. What do you want to do? Who do we want to look at now? Let's see. So let's go ahead and get him out of the. Well, let's see here. Hey, Bubba. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. What's up, Bubba? Hey, what's up, boy? Ho ho! Oh my! Oh my, big scary snake! Oh my! Who do we want to look at now? Oh yeah, they got a very quick reaction. Let me see if I can see his tail somewhere so I can show you why they're like that. Where's your tail, Bubba? Where's your tail? There it is. There's your tail. Let's see your tail, buddy. Here. Let's show your tail here. Come here. Here, let's show your tail. Can we show it? There you go. Okay, so you see how that tail right there is red? Okay. So the reason that tail's red like that is because, hang on, what the fuck? A Truman Show. But anyway, the tail is that color like you see right here at the end of the tail. It's that red color, you know, and if you think about it, that's about the color of a worm, you know. And they use that tail as a caudal lure whenever they're in the trees and stuff and they're hunting. They actually, you know, wiggle that tail around to attract prey. And whenever a little frog or a lizard or a rodent or a bird or something, you know, tries to get that quote unquote worm, you know, then the snake has got himself a meal. So it's just a pretty little cool evolutionary thing, you know. A spicy noodle. Yes. Did you get to see the short video of him? He is very spicy. He wasn't happy with me. Very smart snakes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Snakes are a lot smarter than most people give them credit for. But they are very, very smart creatures. Aren't you? Aren't you? See? Oh, look at that. Look at you, you big scary snake. Oh, my. Oh, my, oh, my. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. But guys, you can kind of see when I move the camera at the right angle, you can kind of see with these males, they almost got like a purple hue to the top part of their body. Oh yes, absolutely they have, Patrick, absolutely. My one monocle cobra actually bit himself the other, about 2 weeks ago. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I don't want to say a name, but you know who I'm talking to. Whenever you want me to take this problem out, I will get rid of the problem. And if Tom can actually, you know, just send me a text message if that's the case. You just let me know. No, they are not immune to their own venom, Patrick. You know, that's a good question, though. I'm glad you asked that. No, snakes are not immune to their own venom. They are resistant to it. So basically, if they bite themselves, you know, most of the time they won't die, but it can cause some issues. And actually, I have that desert Massasauga here somewhere. I don't know where he's at right this second, but he's here, and I'll find him. At least I hope I'll find him. Where the hell is he? Uh-oh. Hey, Massasauga, where the fuck are you at, bro? Are you over there? I don't know, dude. Where the hell's the Massasauga at? What the fuck? I know you're here somewhere, Bubba. Hey. Give me just a minute, guys. Fuck. I gotta move this in Solaris a minute, guys. I'll set the camera up on him in the cage here. Hang on. Come on, Bubba. Here, come on. Come on, Bubba. Hey, hey. Come on, Bubba. Hey, come on. Come on, little dude. Hey, come here. Come on, little dude. Hey, hey. Come on, little dude. Hey. All right. Good deal. Let me sit this phone up on the small tripod for just a couple of minutes, guys. I just need a couple of minutes here. Fuck. I might be panicking for no reason, but we'll find out. Alright, yeah, I panicked for no reason. Alright, so anyway, now that the panic is over, I will continue explaining but yeah, let me grab a light. Right here's a light, and then now let me show you here. But you had asked Patrick about the being immune to their own venom. This snake right here is a desert Massasauga. You see that black spot on him right there? As long as you can see the black spot, there's one right there, and then there's one right there in the center of his back. Let me try to point to it here. Right at the tip of my finger on his back, and then one right on the side a little bit right there. Okay, good deal. So that spot right there is from him biting himself. So it had caused a little bit of necrosis, which means, you know, tissue death around that area. And it caused it to, you know, basically eat out, you know, his skin and stuff there and destroy his scales. But he survived it. He survived it and is doing just fine. But yes, so I hope that answers your question. No, they're not immune, but they're resistant. It won't affect them as badly as it does us or rodents. So and perfect. Glad it made sense to you there, and I was able to explain and answer your question. Alright, now for anybody who was watching that little part there where I was telling Patrick, trying to answer one of Patrick's questions, now that we've been through that, I will actually go ahead and show you the animal that I was just using as the example. Right here. This is our example animal. And again, this is a desert Massasauga. Good deal. Good deal, guys. Good deal. But this little snake right here, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it and a little bit about the breeding behavior of the desert Massasauga rattlesnake. This species of rattlesnake is small, but they are an important rattlesnake found in parts of the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. Although it is less well known than larger rattlesnakes, their behavior, especially during breeding season, is complex and fascinating. Now, the Massasauga rattlesnake as a whole is found in many areas. Hey, what's up, Wildlife with Michael? Appreciate you showing up, buddy. I'm doing great. How are you? But the Massasauga rattlesnake, there is an eastern Massasauga, there's a western Massasauga, then there's the desert Massasauga. So they are actually all over the United States, actually all the way up into Canada and all the way down into Mexico. Basically, depending on I guess their subspecies. But in studying how the male desert Massasaugas behave during reproduction, the scientists have gained a lot of insight into, snake communication. Things like competition and survival strategies, especially in the harsh desert environments. The desert Massasauga is a species of the Massasauga, or a subspecies of the Massasauga rattlesnake. They are adapted to the arid and semi-arid environments, including, the deserts and the grasslands and the scrub habitats. They're a small to medium size compared to other rattlesnakes, and the Massasauga as a whole come in all different colors like gray, tan, light brown, and they've all got these darker blotches down the center of their back. Thank you, Wildlife with Michael. Yeah, the Massasauga rattlesnake's much more rare than a lot of other rattlesnakes that you see here in North America. But they have a small rattle used mainly, for warning. They're primarily nocturnal or crepuscular, and it basically depends on the weather. In hot weather, they're nocturnal. They're more crepuscular whenever, because that's like morning and night. The cooler times of the day. So their behavior just changes significantly, throughout the day and especially during breeding season. The male desert Massasauga, typically breed in the spring and early summer. Some activity can also occur in late summer or early fall, depending on the climate and conditions. Environmental factors, trigger breeding behavior, and some of those include rising temperatures after the winter, increased daylight hours, availability of prey and water. And, as conditions improve, the male hormone levels increase, and that just adds a heightened movement and awareness, I guess. So during the breeding season, the male Massasaugas show noticeable changes in their behavior rather than in their appearance. A lot of snakes show it in their appearance, but the Massasaugas show it in their behavior. Some of the common changes is like increased roaming compared to non-breeding periods. They don't eat as much as their energy is focused more on reproduction. They have a greater responsiveness to scent cues and pheromones. The males are generally slightly smaller and more slender than females, which helps them move, efficiently while searching for mates. Like most snakes, though, the desert Massasauga rely heavily on pheromones to locate the females. Females leave these scent trails, that the males detect using their tongue flicks and the Jacobson's organ in the roof of their mouth. Some of their behaviors for tracking, might be like following scent trails across the open ground or vegetation, frequent, stops to sample the air and the ground. They adjust the direction they're moving based on chemical strength. It's just basically a symptom that allows the males to identify receptive females, even in the large open desert landscapes. When more than one male finds the same female, there can be competition. The Massasaugas engage in like ritualized combat rather than aggressive, biting. It's usually just raising the front third of their body, pressing and twisting against the opponent, basically attempting to push and hold, the rival to the ground. Venom and biting just aren't used for this purpose, These contests kind of help determine dominance while, minimizing injury. It's just ensuring that the stronger males have, greater breeding success. After the competition, or when a single male encounters a female, they start courtship behavior. The males will, display cautious and controlled movements. And some of the behaviors would be like slowly approaching the female, aligning their body alongside hers, remaining close while, monitoring her reactions. If the female is not receptive, she may move away. The male usually does not pursue aggressively and instead just sort of resumes searching elsewhere. Whenever a female is receptive, though, mating occurs, as with all snakes, the male's role is limited to fertilization. Mating may last, minutes to several hours, and then the male, just never provides any parental care. Actually, very few snakes provide any parental care afterwards. A few species will provide protection for the first few days. But after mating, the male just splits, he gets the heck out of the area. The female later gives birth, and she does have live young. The Massasaugas are viviparous, meaning their young are born alive rather than hatched from eggs. And then, after the breeding period, the Massasaugas resume normal feeding patterns, they reduce their roaming behavior, and they just focus on conserving energy. A lot of times they'll return to, sheltered areas to avoid extreme heat and predators. Understanding the male breeding behavior is important because these Massasaugas, face threats, such as habitat loss, human persecution, road mortality. So just studying their reproduction helps, conservationists monitor population health, and it helps plan effective, protection strategies. So, in conclusion to this, guys, the breeding behavior of the Massasauga rattlesnakes, it's shaped by their environment, through chemical communication, ritualized combat, and, careful courtship. The males increase their chances of successful reproduction while avoiding any unnecessary risks. Even though their role ends after mating, the males are essential to maintaining healthy populations and ecological balance. Guys, if you're here and you have not yet hit the thumbs up button, please give us a thumbs up. You can just double tap the center of your screen if you're on a mobile device, if you're on a computer or a TV. You just got to scroll to the thumbs up icon and tap on that. We'd really appreciate it. Every like that we get actually just helps us further the education and conservation efforts of these animals. because we're able to reach more people to help spread the education and help build bridges between those that are afraid of animals and are afraid of snakes and things, and try to bring them to the other side where we turn, fear into curiosity and, fear into protection of the animals, where people can just learn and understand that they can coexist with these creatures without having to fear them, without having to worry that a snake's out to get them and things like that. JT Tom, you are a good man. Good man. I appreciate you very much, man. You have a lot more patience than I have, brother. Thank you, thank you. Alright guys, I'm going to show you another one. Again, a lot of my regulars have seen some of these animals, but there's some people that stop in and out that haven't seen them, so I'm going to show them anyway. But this snake right here, guys, is the West African green mamba. They're one of the most well-known snakes, in the world. They're a cousin to the black mamba, which a lot of people have heard of the black mamba. This species is often misunderstood, because of its venomous reputation. Reality is, though, it's a very shy but highly intelligent and ecologically important animal. What's up, sunshine? So, but by learning about the green mamba's habitat and behavior and diet and the role they play in the ecosystems, we can better understand why they deserve respect rather than fear. The West African green mambas are scientifically known as Dendroaspis viridis. They belong to the elapid family, which also includes things like the cobras and the coral snakes. Obviously, these guys are a bright green coloration, and that provides good camouflage. They're a very long and slender body. I know it's hard to judge size and things on camera, but this snake here is actually, over 6 foot long. And it's got the diameter of about I guess a hot dog, like one of the big gas station hot dogs. But they got a very narrow head compared to pit vipers. Unlike some other famous snakes, green mambas do not spread hoods or rattle. Their main defense is avoidance rather than aggression. Now, the green mamba, with me telling you they don't hood like the cobras, I'm going to elaborate just a little bit because, they will do a half-assed hood. It's not so much a hood. Let me see if I can get her to do it. Nah, I can't get her to hood right now. It's not really a hood. I don't know how to describe it. She just sort of, right here on this portion of her neck, she just sort of flattens it out a little bit. So I'll see if I can get you a little bit closer look here at her face and everything too. Maybe I can lay this down here and get a better, clearer look. There we go. But yeah, so basically right from, where the big scales on top of her head turn to small scales, from there back for a couple of inches, she'll sort of flatten it out some. And then, on their tails, as you see, it turns to a very bright yellow color. The farther down the tail it goes, the brighter the yellow gets. So it's just pretty cool, they're a pretty cool snake. Obviously the scales are, pretty unique in comparison to a lot of other snakes. I had somebody last night actually tell me that they thought the scales on this snake looked more like feathers. So that's pretty cool. And then, yeah, Sunshine's correct as well. The tail looks like a whip. And, apparently Sunshine has experience with whips. So she would probably know. But it does look like a whip in all seriousness. But they're all, they as well, even though the scales look so big and stuff like this, they are a very smooth scale. They're not a keeled scale. They got that very narrow head compared to vipers. And, as the name suggests with these guys, the West African green mamba is found in West Africa. It's in countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, mainly in the, tropical environments and stuff like the coastal forests, the woodlands, forest edges, and, areas with very dense vegetation. Green mambas are highly arboreal, meaning that they spend much of their lives in the trees and the shrubs. The green mamba's body is built for speed and agility. They're a very slim, shape and strong muscles. It allows them to move very quickly through the branches. Some of their important adaptations are, the green coloration for blending into the leaves, excellent vision for spotting prey. I mean, these guys can see from a mile away. That very long tail for balance, and these features just kind of help the snake hunt effectively and efficiently while staying hidden from predators. Despite the West African green mamba's reputation, they are generally shy and cautious. They prefer to flee rather than to confront threats. Now, if they do feel cornered or, threatened in any way, they absolutely will stand their ground and defend themselves. But their typical behaviors are to stay hidden during the day, remain still to avoid detection, and escape quickly if disturbed. Most encounters with humans happen when the snake feels, trapped or surprised. Bites are defensive, they're never aggressive. Yeah, you're going to buy yourself a rose, huh? But green mambas are carnivorous predators. They eat birds, bird eggs, small mammals, and occasionally reptiles. They hunt, using just speed and precision. They got accurate strikes, and strong control of prey. Once the food is captured, the snake swallows it whole. After feeding, they may rest for several days while digesting. I am going to thaw out a couple of rodents and actually feed this snake. But the West African green mamba is venomous, but venom plays a, biological role, not a malicious one, It's primarily used to subdue prey quickly. So very important, I guess points about the venom would be that it helps immobilize the prey, it reduces the risk of injury to the snake, and it's not used unless absolutely necessary. In the wild, venom allows the green mamba to, be an efficient hunter and to, I guess, avoid long struggles, with the rodents or the prey. Green mambas reproduce, through sexual reproduction, and they are oviparous, meaning they lay eggs. They breed during the warmer months, the females lay eggs in, hidden protected areas. And there is no parental care after laying the eggs. The young snakes are independent from birth, and they must immediately rely on camouflage and instinct to survive. And again, despite being venomous, the green mambas are still preyed upon. There's lots of birds of prey that eat them, larger animals, other snakes. Their biggest threat are humans, though, habitat destruction, deforestation, fear-based killings, road mortalities. Loss of forest habitats is one of the biggest dangers to their populations. The green mamba plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. Its contributions are controlling rodent populations, they help regulate bird populations. They serve as prey for larger predators. Removing snakes like the green mamba from an ecosystem can lead to overpopulation of certain species and really mess up an environment, cause severe imbalance. So, guys, the West African green mamba is highly adapted. They're very, very intelligent, and they're an essential species. While they are venomous, they are not aggressive, and they prefer to avoid conflict. Their bright green color and arboreal lifestyle and ecological role make them one of Africa's most fascinating snakes. But by understanding and respecting animals like the green mamba, we can reduce fear and we can support conservation efforts that protect biodiversity. Oh shit, we have a big old yawn. I wish we'd have caught that on camera. Darn it. If I'd have looked a second sooner. This snake is hungry. It's stretching its mouth out. I'm going to go grab a couple of rodents and thaw them out quick. Actually, you know what? I might have a live rodent. Let me check. Yeah, about 5 of them. Alright, so we're thawing some rodents right now. Because this mamba is hungry. The mamba is hunting right now, searching around. That's why she's moving around so darn much. But So we'll thaw some rodents out and we'll give her a little snack. So, you know, it takes a little bit to, you know, thaw these rodents out. You know, I got to put them in hot water and let them thaw out. So it takes about 10-15 minutes to do. So, but if y'all want to see it, you know, just hang out or, you know, stop back here in about 10 minutes or so, maybe 15. Trying to show you underneath the jaw. There you go. You see that dark spot on the bottom jaw? That's actually holes. She's got 2 holes in her bottom jaw to where her fangs actually protrude through her bottom jaw. They pierce her bottom jaw because these snakes are arboreal, so them longer fangs help them keep a hold of their prey. Oh yeah, she already knows. You see how active she has got. She knows she's about to eat. Yep, exactly. Soon as you bring a rodent, like check this out here. Even the king, check out the king right now. Soon as you bring a rodent around these, you know, in the same room as these snakes, they immediately start cruising around and stuff, you know, looking. We'll actually look at the king for a little while we're waiting on the rodents. Guys, this snake right here is a baby Malaysian king cobra. It's one of the most fascinating young reptiles in Southeast Asia. Even at a young age with these snakes, the king cobra shows many of the behaviors and adaptations that make the species unique. Although, you know, king cobras are famous for their size and venom as adults, you know, their early life is focused mainly on survival, growth, and avoiding predators. The Malaysian king cobras are part of the species Ophiophagus hanna, which is they're the biggest or longest venomous snake in the world when they're fully grown. The babies, though, you know, however, are relatively small and fragile compared to the adults. You know, they hatch from eggs. You know, they're independent immediately after hatching, like the minute they hatch. And then, you know, they already have venom. You know, they rely on their instinct, you know, rather than learn from parents. And, you know, despite their small size, they're very well adapted for life in the wild. In Malaysia, the king cobras live in, you know, the tropical forest, you know, the forest edges. They live in the mangrove areas, you know, and regions near rivers or streams. the babies, baby king cobras, you know, they usually hatch in, you know, a hidden nest built by the female. Unlike other snakes, the female king cobras actually build nests for their eggs, and they guard the nest until the eggs hatch. You know, it just helps protect the eggs from predators. And then when the babies emerge, you know, they leave the nest and begin life on their own. The baby Malaysian king cobras look different, you know, from adults. Their coloration helps them survive during the vulnerable stage. As you see, you know, they're dark, you know, with the yellow, you know, cross banding and stuff. And they got that small, you know, as you can see, but very distinct hood. They got smooth, glossy scales, you know, a slender body, you know, which is suited for quick movement. The band pattern, you know, just provides camouflage, you know, around the forest debris and shadows, you know, when they're babies. Now, as they age, those bands will disappear, their color will lighten, and so on. The baby king cobras are extremely cautious. You know, their behavior is shaped by the need to avoid predators rather than to confront them. Some of the common behaviors that you'll see watching this snake is, you know, staying hidden a lot of the times, other than it knows there's food right now. But they'll freeze in place, you know, to avoid detection. They'll just sit perfectly still. Like if I was to move my hand in front of this one, it'll probably stop and freeze. Here, let me turn the camera. But it'll probably freeze in place, you know. And let's see here. Yeah, see, it sees movement, so now it froze in place. But once I move away, it'll start moving again. But then they'll move quickly away from, you know, danger. They may appear defensive if they're threatened, you know, but the behavior is more meant to scare predators than to attack. When they're young like this, you know, they feed on other snakes and small lizards. Again, their scientific name, Ophiophagus, means snake eater. You know, it's a specialized diet that begins early in life. The baby king cobras, you know, they hunt by using their excellent vision, you know, detecting movement and striking quickly and accurately. After eating, you know, they hide for long periods to digest safely. But as far as their vision goes, if you look at this one, you know, look at the size of the eyes on this snake, you know, and just, you know, it almost looks like googly eyes, you know, but they're very big, you know, and, you know, they almost like bulge out the side of their head a little bit, which gives them very, very good vision. Yeah, this one don't have many worries about its survival. That's correct. But even as hatchlings, the king cobras possess venom. Venom in the young snakes, you know, serve mainly as a defensive tool and a hunting aid, you know, not aggression. Venom just helps subdue the prey, you know, efficiently. Babies use venom only when threatened, you know. Defensive displays are usually enough to scare predators. Their small size means they avoid conflict whenever possible. Baby king cobras do grow rapidly during their first few years. As they grow, you know, as I explained a little earlier, their coloration changes slowly, their prey size increases, and their confidence and range expand tremendously. They shed very frequently, and it allows them to grow and maintain healthy skin. Survival during this stage is difficult for these snakes, and many juveniles don't even reach adulthood. King cobras face a lot of threats, you know, birds of prey, mammals like mongooses, and even larger snakes. Other king cobras will eat them. human threats, are one of the big problems, and that's habitat destruction, road traffic, fear-based killing, road mortalities, whatever. There's just lots of ways humans mess with the species. Because they're small and vulnerable, though, hiding and camouflage are their main survival strategies. Are they primarily nocturnal? No. These guys here are primarily, active during the daytime. So, diurnal. But even as juveniles, the king cobras play a important role in the ecosystems. And again, just like all the other snakes, it helps control populations of other snakes. They serve as prey for larger animals. And these things just contribute to biodiversity. As they mature, their ecological influence increases significantly. The baby Malaysian king cobra is a remarkable example of survival from birth. Despite, being small and vulnerable, they're well equipped with instincts, camouflage, and specialized hunting behavior. Their early independence and unique lifestyle make it one of the most interesting juvenile reptiles in the world. And understanding the young cobras, helps reduce fear and highlights the importance of protecting their habitats so they can continue to play their role in nature. And, just to expand on Patrick's question there, baby king cobras are primarily, day active, which means diurnal, especially in the early morning and the late afternoon, whenever it's very warm but not extreme. They'll occasionally, at dusk, so in the shaded forest or the cooler weather, they'll hunt, near sunset, whenever the small snakes and lizards are the most active. They rarely hunt at nighttime, like vipers hunt at night mostly. Young king cobras, don't usually hunt at night. They rely heavily on vision, which works the best in the daylight. The reason they hunt at these times is basically temperature control. Warm daylight helps them move more quickly and digest food. The prey activity, small snakes and lizards are also active during the day. And also safety. Daytime camouflage and visibility helps them avoid predators. King cobras do not hunt constantly. Instead, they hunt briefly. They eat when successful and hide for days while digesting. This reduces exposure to predators. Well, whenever this one is adult size, he will go into the enclosure just like my Indonesian king. I believe y'all saw the Indonesian king whenever I was packing everything up for the hurricane. He's right about 9 foot long right now. I can't remember, but I think I showed him when we did that. You don't remember seeing him? Alright, well, maybe I didn't show him. Maybe I just recorded a video. I'm going to have to check and see if I ever posted the video then. If I didn't, I will get it posted. But yeah, I have an Indonesian king that's about 9 foot long. And actually, that is the only snake that I do free handle. I do not use a hook with that snake. I will use a hook to get its tail. I'll reach in with a hook, pull its tail out. But then after that, I do free handle that snake. Not because I want to free handle or because I want views on YouTube. I do it because, in my opinion, it's the safest possible way for me to handle that animal. Um, he's just too big to be using a hook with and stuff like that. So. Alright, let me check these rodents real quick. I know it sounds a little stupid to, hear somebody say it's a safer way to handle a snake, free handling, but, I guess, the best way I can explain it is, when you have 9 feet of snake out there, and you're trying to hold one end with a stick, and the other end, in one of your hands, your movements are limited with, that big old stick in front of you. So, whenever you're holding it, and it tries, let's just say, you're holding the snake and it's trying to turn to the right, I can spin my body to the right, which naturally makes the, makes the snake, or my body spinning faster than the snake's trying to turn. So it keeps him, out in front of me versus actually coming around on me. Where if I have that stick, it's, a little bit more difficult. But now I do not handle him on camera, I do not handle him frequently. I only handle him whenever it's time for a cleaning or, anything that's medically necessary, or if he has stuck eye caps or something like that after shedding. That's the only time that I do any handling with him. But let me grab these rodents. I'm sure they're thawed out now, so. Oh yeah, this one's thawed out, so I'm going to go ahead and give the mamba one. Let me get the camera laid down where you can see the mamba. And get the light back over here. What's up, little tiny mamba? Alright, mamba, we're going to do it like this, dude. I'm going to come to the opposite end of where you're at. I'm going to pop this lid real quick. I'm going to reach the fuck in here. And actually, I'm going to just drop the rodent. Okay, so I don't have nobody in here with me, so I just dropped the rodent right down in there. And now I'll give her a minute and she'll grab a hold of it here. Let me get out of the way so she quits watching me. did you find the, did you find that block button? She'll find that rodent here. She'll definitely find it and eat it. I gotcha. Well, if I have to unmoderate just for a minute for you to be able to do that, if you chose to, I could unmoderate you for a minute so you could find it and then remod you afterwards. Because what that does is that allows somebody to still be here and still comment, but you're not visible, you know, and that person's not visible to you and you're not visible to them. Alright, you just let me know. I may have to walk out of this room to get her to eat. I don't know. Come on, eat your mouse, girl. Get the mouse. Oh yeah, they see everything. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so. She smells too many rodents out here and ain't realizing hers is on the floor. I think I might go get the gay man to help me and try to show her the damn mouse. Hey girl, hey. Hey, come on. Eat your mouse. Eat your mouse, will you? Come on. Hey, gay man. Come here. Come on in and shut that door. I need to crack this where I can reach in and get a hold of that mouse. She's too worried about the scent out here instead of the mouse laying on the floor of her cage.
Okay.
So I'm gonna like work these in. I want you to be able to just keep downward pressure when I need it, you know? Like, let's get her to move her head away here. Come on, girl. Move over here. Hey. Come on, move over here. Come on, girl. Come on over here. Hey. Come on over here.
Why didn't she get that one?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she realizes it. She's so interested around the top here. She smells them out here. Look at her flicking and everything.
I got you. Yep, I see.
She don't realize it's there. The way I dropped it, I don't think she saw it.
I got you.
I don't know how she missed it, but she missed it. Okay, so.
She's all the way down there right now.
Yeah, but she can be all the way up here in a fucking hurry.
I know.
There it goes. Okay. I can't reach it from here.
She's looking this way.
Yep. Let's see. Let me try to come in over here. Okay.
I'll keep her interested right here.
Yeah, there you go. Good idea.
There it is, girl. There it is.
Here we go. Here.
She's looking at now. She got it.
Thanks. Go fuck off. I normally do got to go to the beach to find him, but I left him spend the night in the spare room last night after I found him on the beach. What's up, girl? You want another one? You want another one? Here, let's give you another one. Here, we'll give you another one, girl. Here. Yeah, she was very polite about taking them. You know, normally she nails them with a vengeance, but she was pretty calm with that one. I think it's because I'm feeding frozen. You know, a lot of the times I'm feeding live, and you know, these ones taking the live stuff lately have just been very chill. You know, very chill. But I think we will feed a couple other snakes here. I'll definitely feed the desert Massasauga, I believe. And I'm going to see if this black phase timber will take one from me or not. He may or may not. I don't know. I think he was trying to shed, but whatever I can't get something else to eat, she will do. See if this black phase will take it or not. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. What's up, boy? Here. Here, boy. Here. No? Okay, Bubba. last rodent that I ain't thawed out yet. And then we'll determine who's going to get it. Probably that yellow face. What's up, Mario? This is a West African green mamba. And I like your FTP, if that stands for what I think it stands for. I like it. F the police. Awesome, brother. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got lots of snakes, man. We show different ones, you know, all the time, so. There you go, guys. Can we get a screenshot? Darn it, girl. I'm trying to really get a picture underneath her chin to show them holes where her fangs protrude through the bottom jaw. Hey Mario, if you will, hit that thumbs up button for us, buddy, if you haven't already. Alright, now I'm going to bring up a channel favorite here and put them on camera for a little bit here. Something that we've been neglecting a little bit on the views for a little while. I gotta clean their water dishes. There we go. Find my tongs so I can clean the water dish. Hey, little guy. Hey, come here. Let me see. Oh, shit. Yeah, bud. Here. Come on. Get off of that bowl. Thank you, Mario. Yeah, these are timber rattlesnake babies. These guys are about 4 months old. There you go, guys. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Hey. Let's see here. Let's feed her. Let's see. again, big girl. Okay. See if this Eastern will by chance eat. I doubt it, but it might. I thought they looked like baby rattlesnakes. They are really good too. Appreciate it. Yep, that's what they are. They baby timber rattlesnakes. Black phase and yellow phase. What's up, Bobby Joe? If you look at this black phase down right in front of the water bowl there, it's actually drinking right now. Bobby Joe, I didn't eat any dinner yet. Alright. Well, I have a little bit of a shit situation here. The timber rattlesnake that didn't eat for all that time and started eating for me, he is showing signs of a upper respiratory infection. So I have got to medicate him and hope for the best. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh, darn it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we caught it early enough. It's the way I caught it is I offered him a mouse just a little bit ago here, and he refused, and then I saw him starting to puff his throat. I don't see any, mucus yet, so that's good news. So I'm preparing the medicine right now. It's a slow process because I have to add 1 milliliter at a time of water to the bottle here, and then three. Four. You normally add 10 milliliters of water to it, to a 1 gram vial, but I'm going to add 5 milliliters to a 1 gram and adjust the dose accordingly. Okay, so there we got 5 ml of water. Let's shake her up good. Let her settle. Okay. So, I know we've only got a couple of y'all on here, but this is what we're working with here. We are doing ceftazidime. You do ceftazidime based on weight of the animal. And with reptiles, you will administer the medication every 48 to 72 hours. In my case, I will start with 72 hours. And I will start with about 3 units. I will go just above 3 units because when you want 3 full units, you always lose a little that you can't get out of the syringe. So whenever I am given 3 units, I will give, 30 units. Whenever I'm given 30 units, example here, when I'm given 30 units, I will actually go up to about 34 because it's inevitable that I will lose just a little bit. Now, if you're working with a very small reptile, like let's say a leopard gecko, you would not do this because it would, that tiny amount there in the syringe is actually quite a bit to such a tiny animal. I am administering this to an adult timber rattlesnake, so even if I'm over by 1 or 2 units, it's not going to negatively affect that animal. So, let me get my tube. I am going to tube this snake, and as soon as I get the snake tubed, I will pick the camera up and I will show you what we're doing. Come here, Bubba. Come here, big guy. Hey. Come here, big guy. Hey. Come here, big guy. Hey. You remember this shit you got me. bring it over there. Alright, let's see here. So, what we do here, guys, is go ahead and set the tube right down on the bed. Okay. So, normally with a non-venomous snake, we would go in the front third of his body. With a venomous snake, though, with the venomous snake, I'm going to go in the last third of his body. And then when you're administering a shot, move this hand out of my way. You're good. You ain't going to back out of there. You just focus on that head. All right. What you want to do is you got the spine. You want to go right to the side of the spine. You want to get right underneath the scale. Make sure you go in. Boom. Once you're in, pull back on the syringe. Make sure there's no blood. If there's no blood, slowly inject the medication until all the medication is in. Okay, done. And then I like to just put my finger on the spot for a few seconds after I give him the shot. And done. And then I take the animal and I wash him off. So let me put the camera back. I gotta wash my hands quick before I touch the camera, so we don't cross-contaminate nothing. Set the camera back over there and I'm gonna wash him. Okay. But that's how you give a shot to a venomous snake. I'll be right back with y'all here. But anyway, guys, that poor rattlesnake, he is my favorite snake in my entire collection. And I really hope that this medicine will turn him around. He's had a rough road the last year and a half. He had snake fungal disease, you know, and then he didn't eat for over a year. He finally started eating, and now this to me looks like a two things. It looks like a upper respiratory infection, and it looks like bacterial dermatitis, where he had spilled his water and laid in it or something for a day or two on that sphagnum moss. It may have stayed too moist for him. Rattlesnakes are not, you know, ones that really thrive in the moist areas, at least most rattlesnakes. Some of them, like the Massasaugas, like the moisture, but hopefully after giving him a little medicine, it'll, you know, I believe the infection has gone systemic, and hopefully, you know, this will help back off the infection and we can turn him around, you know. I mean, even if he was a wild black snake, you know, or ringneck or something, I would still try treating him with everything possible. But it really sucks, you know, when this kind of thing happens. But we'll see what happens here. Hope, you know, we'll keep our fingers crossed. We will, you know, keep treating him and do everything we can to keep him better. Yeah, Bobby Joe, the snake is sick. He has an infection. But I think he'll be okay. We're gonna keep treating him, and we're gonna get him to recover. So. I'm missing. Where's my other snake at? Where's Google Eyes at? There's Google right over there. Okay, cool. But anyway, so we'll see. We will see. Only time will tell with something like this. Hey Tom, I don't know if you're still on here. But if you are, over at Lowe's right now, Tom, this drill right here comes with a battery, is on sale for $35, man. This drill's pretty cool. You put a drill bit in it and your bit, and then when you want to flip it, you just push this button in, and this piece right here actually flips. So you can have a screw bit here and a drill bit here, and you just flip back and forth as you want to use them. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I know it. He'll watch it in the morning, though. He'll get the replay in the morning. All right. But anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody for watching. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for the night. And we will see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to do a stream a little bit earlier tomorrow, I believe, and a little longer tomorrow. We're going to feed some stuff because I'm going to go out of town for a couple of days, so we're going to get some things fed and ready to rock and roll. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Good night, Bobby Joe.